Okay, thank you to the live stream people at home waiting very patiently. We are running slightly late to start the nature category, kindly sponsored by Sony. We'd like to thank the major sponsor of the Iris Awards, Canon. So we've got to play the Canon up here.
Watch.
And welcome to the nature category, sponsored by Sony. Okay, thank you. I am Tracy Kennedy, your panel chair. Beside me is Nicola Williamson. Out the back, our print handlers are Andrew Stewart, Helen Moore, and Bonnie Steedskamp. We have the nature category. Nature category celebrates photography that showcases the beauty and complexity of the natural world with precision and technical excellence. This category is dedicated to images that depict wildlife, plants, and natural environments as they exist in the real world, highlighting the photographer's skill in preserving the integrity of the scene. The intent of this category is to highlight images that accurately represent the original scene without manipulation or alterations that compromise the natural essence of the subject. The focus is on in-camera capture with attention to detail, composition, and technique to present nature in its most unaltered and striking form. Entries must feature natural subjects such as plants, wildlife, or natural phenomenon as they were originally captured. Landscapes without a dominant nature subject should be entered into the appropriate landscape category. Domestic animals, captive wildlife, those reliant on human care or feeding, or wildlife photographed while using baiting techniques are not permitted and may be better suited to animal category. Physical backdrops, digital backdrops, or artificial elements are not allowed to be added to the natural scene. An image may include signs of human existence, such as a fence, building, or other man-made objects, if they are relevant to the subject's environment, e.g. hawk on a fence. The human figure, or any part of a human body, such as hand or foot, must not appear in the images. Entrants must not disturb the habitat, handle living wildlife, bait, or engage in actions that could harm or distress any creature. Entrants must adhere to the Department of Conservation guidelines or the guidelines of the country in which the image was taken and follow any local or national wildlife protection laws. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving the original capture. They may utilise in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement, ICM, and multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture. Composites are not allowed. Our judges in the room today are Jackie Rankin, Mika Boynton, Simone Jackson, Steve Hussey, Richard Wood, Rebecca Kempton, Kay Davis, Craig Turner-Bullock, Tony Stewart, Rachel Smith, and Mike Langford. Can we have the run through, please? Okay, judges, do you have any exclusions? Okay, who are we starting with? Could we please have Rachel Smith, Mike Langford, Simone Jackson, Kay Davis and Tony Stewart to our judging panel, please? Okay, judges, have we all signed in? Yes. We all ready to go? Can we have our first print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award. And Simone is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I've got this as a really solid silver distinction. I've actually popped this at 87. I'm looking at the just striking perfect symmetry of that bird and seeing it just so perfect, dead on. It's not just well seen. It is an amazing amount of luck, skill, and the level of that capture is just beautiful. I think it's printed beautifully. Great paper choice, and I'd love to hear more, please.
Okay, we're not going too far. Mike, it's your turn.
I gave the 74, which is not an award. Main reason being all the distractions in the foreground. Sure, your eye goes to the background, but when you're judging an image, you're actually judging the whole image, not just part of it. And I find the foreground muddy, distracting, and really not necessary. A tighter crop would have been stronger for me.
Does somebody in the middle have something to comment on? Kate? Okay.
Yeah, I've scored this 83 in silver because I really enjoyed the positioning of the bird and the almost statuesque nature of the bird. And I also like the one on the right-hand side sort of picking up above the others. I also acknowledge, Mike, your comments about the foreground. I think it is quite heavy and cropping that bottom off would have helped also.
Okay, back to you, Simone.
Thank you, judges. I appreciate your thoughts there. I think if we took off that bottom bit, which I did look at the beginning, it's just showing such a yin-yang here. You do see the messiness, but that bird is such a beatnik bird. It is showing this almost angel-like quality at the top of this image, and its environment is messy, it's distracting, it's nature. That can't be changed. The beautiful top part of the image, I think, just blends beautifully in a yin-yang and just that perfectness. I really hope I could get you up a few more points. What's it at now? Sorry, Tracy?
It's sitting on 80, which is a silver award.
Yeah, let's dig it up, guys. Every point counts for these entrants.
Rescore, please.
I can't just press enter, can I? Because it's the same score. Sorry.
Oh, good. And we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Right, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment for them, please? Rachel?
Yep. It's a really lovely capture. I think the processing has just been a little bit heavily handled. It's there's a little bit of dark shadowing around some of the chicks' heads, and the blacks in the birds are very, very inky. So if you could just tidy that up a little bit. It's on.
Yeah, no, we'll check that.
I can talk into a different one.
Yeah, well, we think it is working, but we'll get them to double check it. Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, which is silver, but we have an automatic challenge from Mike, please.
I gave this 91. I just think it's an exceptional piece of capturing, not just for the moment. The framing, the lighting, the sharpness, everything about this is just exceptional. It's something I haven't seen before, and which makes me think gold. I'd like to hear some comments.
Okay, coming down to the other end is Tony.
I was 75 bronze for the fact that I wish to give acknowledgement for the moment with the fledgling on the back of, assumably the mother. There was something going on there where I thought was actually well captured and seen by the photographer. I found sharpness is where it should be, but a little bit distracted by the other elements, which I know is also part of being in nature.
And we're going to come to Rachel, please.
Yeah,
just speak up, Rachel.
I scored this one 88. I'm an easy talk up, Mike, for the same reasons as you've said. I actually had a little chuckle up there seeing the chick come out through the feathers. It may have been having a little bit of a play in the water. They can't stay in the water for very long because it damages their feathers. It's jumped up there. It's drying off on Mummy Dab Chick's under her wing. It's popped out, probably pulling a face at Dad or its siblings. I think it's really cleverly captured, and I'm happy to come into gold.
Okay, anybody else got anything to add? Okay, rescore, please, judges.
Can I have
Oh, sorry, right of reply, Mike.
That's okay. Just to add some significance to this, this is a moment captured that would have been over within seconds of this. So it's not just the moment, it's the moment, not just a moment. The distractions you're talking about, Tony, unfortunately in this category called nature, what is, and you can't take them out, which is unfortunate because I totally agree with you that taking those distractions out would make it much, much better. I'm judging it according to the category, the subject, the restrictions that the photographer has on them, and I'm saying this is an incredibly well captured image and should be celebrated.
Okay, now you can rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 87, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 85, which is silver distinction, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony down the end there.
I went 91 gold in recognition of some of the very special elements that are going on here. Not only do we have these, it could be reindeer, but we've got them extremely well described in the landscape, and every part of that landscape is telling us that harsh, bleak survival. It's bigger than these tiny specks. But look at it another way too. You've got the 4 males with antlers leading the way, and poor old mum's dragging out the back. So the even spacing is quite clever, but the fact you've actually got the sort of one animal left trailing in behind the gender balance there, I thought was actually quite fascinating as well.
Okay, and we are going to come down to the other end to Mike, please.
Unfortunately, I just gave the 78. I agree with everything that you like about it. I've still given it an award. I think what I find most distracting to this is the lack of detail on the whites, to the point where some of the elements that are really important to us, which is the animals, are starting to almost blend in with the background. And I'm just finding that lack of print quality just distracting.
Okay, and Kay, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I gave this 87 for the reasons that Tony said, but also for the reasons that Mike said, the lack of detail in the shadows. I don't mind the fact that the reindeer are not standing out anymore in the environment, because it's almost like they're losing a battle with the environment of where they're living, and they're probably not close to extinction, but it does talk about the precariousness of a species within what is a really, really harsh environment. The hills in the background, they do lead your eye. You look up to those hills, and then the angles of the hill, the mountains actually lead your eye back down through to the reindeer again, which are the key elements in the frame. I'm listening, Tony. You've got a bit of persuasion to do for me, but I'm nearly there.
Okay, just swing that microphone back to Tony, Kay.
Look, there is a little bit of loss in the highlights around the animals, but there's still clear separation of each of the animals that are there. So we have retained that from what I can see. And the foreground snow, the blowing out of that has allowed that S shape of the valley behind to give us description of depth. So in actual fact, the loss of white is actually not complete, but it actually adds to the sense of depth in the landscape. So that's something I think that may actually help this image. But don't forget where we're at. This is obviously an extremely harsh, cold environment. This photographer's out there doing it. This is not a backyard at home. They're working with a lens, with temperatures, with kit, far away. I think we just need to make sure we give credit where credit is due in a nature category, that this is beyond just a normal capture, yet still extremely descriptive for these animals and the sense of location. 91 is what I'm asking.
Okay, rescore, please. And we have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Kay's going to challenge that one.
I've just put it into silver distinction on 86, purely for the narrative in terms of your question, maybe question why there are the two quite disparate images, but the one on the right really tells the environment, the location of where this glowworm is. It's been captured beautifully, those beautiful beads of water or icicle droplets are just really delicate and talk about the fragility of the creature within its environment. So to me, the two images sit well together and tell a really, really strong story.
Okay, Mike, please.
I don't mean to be consistently low, but I'm ending up that way. Look, I agree that the story is really good, but I'm not sure the visuals are actually good as visuals. I think the story is great, and I totally agree with you on that. But as photographs of nature, I don't believe that they're of a high quality.
Okay, in the middles, anybody got anything else to add? Okay, Simone.
Yes, I had this as a, was I 83, wasn't I? This image really challenged me because it is so different. And I remember the run through thinking, oh, this isn't going to work. But when I went up and looked at the print, it's actually very clever. So I thought the originality of this is just amazing. Where I did struggle, though, was the daytime to the evening is two separate subjects of the day to the night. And I suppose that was just holding me back.
Okay, and very quickly.
Yeah, I'm coming up with UK. I'm really liking the presentation that we have here of what we see on the right and what's really there, which is really, really difficult to see, and most of us don't have the opportunity or overlook it. So I'm really loving that that's highlighting what we see and what's actually creating all of that beauty that is there.
Okay, back to you, Kay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Yeah, these little glowworms, they're not pretty. They're not. Except at night time or in the caves where it's really dark, and you actually can't see them. So the photographer's actually showing us something that is not normally seen, and in a way that it is not normally seen. I don't have a problem with the captures. The direction that the photographers used of the glowworm on the left leads you up, and then again it is reflected almost going down into the cave. So to me it works beautifully. There's good tone in the dark image. The colour in the dark image works with the warmth and the coolness of accentuates the glowworm lights. So to me, I've put it in silver distinction. Feel free to come up a little bit.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Simone, please?
Congratulations on your silver. Absolutely stunning, stunning image. Just the timing of these birds are just so fast with their wings, and you've been there in the right moment. Absolutely beautifully positioned as well. I suppose just to maybe elevate a little bit, the greens, maybe just lifting that a little bit. I shouldn't use the word muddy because it's not, but maybe lifting the luminance of the greens just a tad might have helped just get a little bit stronger, but well done.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Can we swap out Rachel for Rebecca and Tony for Richard, please? Okay, could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Richard, please?
Great demonstration of power, and I guess being a creative photographer within this category as well, I could see Poseidon's trident coming out of the water with that big bright fin. Yeah, congratulations. Well done. Nice capture.
Thank you, Richard.
Great moment.
Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Rebecca's going to challenge that.
Yeah, look, I scored this an 81 silver, and the reasons why, for me, it's a feather, it's floating, but there is this incredible, the end part of it to me is like insect tentacle sort of coming out, it sort of has another life to it. There is a feeling of movement and softness as well as a skeletal feeling, you know, like a fish fin, a fin skeleton. So for those reasons, it's showing me a different world and a different life and a different creature. And I think it's been beautifully handled. It's delicate, soft. You can feel that kind of fluffiness in the front there of the feather. And yeah, just for those other qualities, I think it's been beautifully handled and well done.
Okay, we're coming down to UK, please.
I've put this at 73, and the reasons being that the highlight to me is in the wrong area. The beautiful detail of the feather is actually in the shadow side of the image, where there's beautiful, it's almost skeletal detail coming through there. Also, I feel that the way it's placed within the frame is actually very static. A feather is light and floating, and it doesn't give me that impression. If it had been on a slight angle so that it was falling, like they would realistically, I feel, in nature, I would be prepared to lift my score.
Okay, Mike, you're in the middle there.
I gave this an award of 77. Look, I agree with everything you say, Rebecca. The one thing that worries me a little bit is it's a feather, and yet it feels dark and heavy. I'd like to see a little bit more detail on the dark areas, so it feels more floaty, more alive, more, yeah. But I'm listening to you, Rebecca. If you can make me come up, I'd love to come up.
Okay, back to you, Rex.
Just to your point, Simone, about that bright area, yeah, I get that. That's where your eye first goes, but I think that's your beginning. That's the beginning of your journey through, this skeleton. Like you talked about skeletal as well. It's obviously giving you that vibe. So it's where you start, and then you can wander through the shadows. And Mike, I see where you're going. It is sort of darker in those points, but it also, for me, gives that softness and makes you look further in, like it's three-dimensional. So the bright part is really at the front, and then you can wander through, and it does feel like it's at the back, and then coming around to that real sort of skeleton tentacle thing. So I think for me it does feel like it's floating in mid-air and gives that softness. So yeah, we're only asking for a couple of points. So yeah.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Good talking. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Richard's going to challenge that.
I was really surprised when I got up there and to find all those painterly tones and shapes. It's really, really beautiful. There's more up there when you get close than from back here. And the way that the movement of the water's been captured, those shapes are reflected in that rock, and then that seal is almost camouflage as he forms the similar shape again. I just think the whole thing is so cohesive and stunningly beautiful. It's so painterly. So I've awarded it with 86, silver distinction.
Okay, I'm going to come down the other end now, and Kay.
Yeah, I scored at 76 in a solid bronze. I enjoyed all those elements too, Richard. The colour palette works beautifully, the contrast and the way that the landscape is divided on a diagonal with the water. I guess for me, I was looking for, I think that's a little seal pup that's snuggled up into mum or dad, whichever, but it's lost detail, so I'm not seeing the detail in there. It's quite a solid sort of black area there, which for me, if you can respond to that or give me a purpose for it, go ahead, I'll lift my score.
Okay, Rebecca, you're in the middle there.
I'm on 83, and I'm going to come up to silver with distinction. When I went up, just think of like making a pavlova. Look at that ocean, and you've got your little peaks. It's like delicious. And the little peak of the seal's nose mirrors the little tiny peak you can see in the ocean there. Yeah, totally coming up. Awesome.
Okay, back to you, Richard, please.
Yeah, I feel like it's been talked up more than it's been talked down, but the dark areas are his flippers. And I think there is so much detail in him, and obviously it's not in the water because it's that beautiful blurry feel, but just to add, the lighting in this, it's natural light, but it's the light we all dream of, and that's what's created that painterly effect along with that longer exposure, and I think there is so much detail in this image. I just want to see it rewarded.
Can we rescore, please, judges? It was sitting on 80, silver to silver. We have a score of 83, which is still in the silver range. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Kay's got her hand straight up there. Off you go.
I put this at 87 silver distinction, and the reason being I feel the photographer's actually handled the highlights really well within the image. The sharpness on the birds is just phenomenal, and to me it's Mum looking at Bub capturing the catch, where Mum was maybe wanting something to eat. So it's a little bit of a story there as well. So I think it's been captured at a really, really key moment with exceptional technical skill.
I pushed the wrong button, guys, so I've just got to wait for technical support. I'm sorry. I've got nothing on my screen, so. Yes, the entrant could hear what Kay was saying. I'm just not too sure who was at the lower end, I'm afraid. While we're waiting for technical support, JM, we're currently in the nature category. Today we have been sponsored by Sony. We have got to thank Ilford for providing all the gloves for the print handlers in order to take the best care of these prints. The judges' morning tea today was sponsored by Tony Stewart, who is on our panel tonight, or this afternoon, from Photo Shots. Thank you, Tony. Lunches for the judges and panel chairs and behind the scenes was kindly sponsored by Aranga Farms. Richard Linton is the sponsor of the judges' afternoon tea, keeping everybody fed and happy so that they can judge these wonderful prints and images. I pushed the wrong button and then I need to go back and it'll disappear. So we were challenging this, and so what? We were challenging number 10, and I was sort of completing the challenge by clicking accept this one, and then I pushed the back button, and it's taken me straight back to this. So I'm not sure what I've done wrong, and sort of give me a smack on the ear later. No, I need to be on 10. I thought I could just push this one and go back.
Previous image at the bottom of the display and then press reverse, which accepted this. So, yep. And then there should be a button that says reverse image acceptance. And the troubleshooting page.
Okay, judges, we have success. Thank you, the honours team. Kay was doing the challenge, and at the other end, we're going to Simone, please.
So was I the lowest at 80? Wow. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. I love this image. It's beautiful, and I think the little cookie for me was definitely the little chick, probably having one of its first solid feeds. It was just beautiful. I think where I didn't really want to come up is just I wish there could have been a little bit more cropping just from the top. It was a little bit distracting for me, and to be honest, to get to the next distinction level for me, it's more than just placed in the right place at the right time. But it's still a beautiful image, and I'm very, I'm happy with my silver, but still listening.
Okay, anybody in the middle got anything to add? Okay, Kay, back to you.
Oh, I might be at a hard push here. If you cropped it any more down on the top, the placement of the birds wouldn't sit right within the frame. The photographer's working with what they've got to work with within the environment. And to me, the tonality within the image all just works. You don't, the photographer's brought beautiful, crisp depth of field and point of focus with the use of shallow depth of field to really emphasise and make the birds stand out. So there's been a lot of technical skill in terms of that point of focus, plus the timing, and making good use of the environment that they've been allowed to work within. So I would still encourage you to come up to silver distinction.
Okay, rescore please, judges. Okay, we're waiting for you. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is silver award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? And we are going to say thank you for the time being, Mike. And Steve, would you like to join the panel? And thank you to Kay and Jackie. Would you like to come up, please? Can we have the next print, please? Righty-ho, we have an initial score of 88, but there is an automatic challenge from Rebecca, please.
Alrighty, here goes. I scored this a 95, gold with distinction. Yeah, lost for words. That doesn't happen for me. Ever. No. So there you go. That's the reason it should be gold with distinction. Look, this animal lives in this completely white out environment, which the photographer has given us that in droves. And there is so much negative space that this tiny sliver of the landscape that you can see what it is. It's a harsh environment. It's gravelly. It's dense. It's not very kind probably to the animal, and yet you've got the soft, tiny, fluffy little animal right there that there's just such a juxtaposition of that, the environment and this beautiful fluffy thing that you want to cuddle. But look, I just think it's exquisite to look at and to feel, and you really get that sense of cold with nothing. I just think this is excellent, and so that's where I'm sitting.
Okay, Jackie, please.
I'm listening. I'm on 84, and the reason why I wasn't going high was I guess I wanted something, a texture, maybe a choice of paper that was yummy, you know, something that would be emotively taking me there. I love the shape of the outcrop being bird-like, and in its space, it's superb. So I'm really listening, bringing my score up. But tell me about, maybe somebody else can bring me up into the golds, maybe.
Steve, would you like to be in the middle?
Yeah, I scored this 88. I'll be going up into gold. It is the white, the actual spacing of the image within the matte is perfect. It's the bleakness of the surrounds, but the thing that really strikes me is that carving through the landscape is like a scratch. It's like his claws have just dug in and he's holding on at the end. I think, superbly managed. I think the stock really complements the subject in that it's a flat, featureless environment except for this one piercing part of rock. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Have you got anything else to add there, Simone?
Yeah, we're talking about gold. I had it at 87, and I have judged this image before, and I still love it. And in print, it's quite a treat to see it, but I still have the same issues that Jackie had with the paper choice, to be honest. But I think one thing I'd like to add to help Rebecca here is these animals are just so shy, and this animal's come up to check out the person who has captured this, and imagine the conditions that this photographer is in and the quietness, but he or she has done everything right to capture this. The eyes are just tack sharp. So yeah, I'm going to come up to gold.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah, look, the only negative I'm hearing is actually the paper choice, and for me, it really adds to it. I think if it was textured at all, it would take away from the delicate nature of the entire scene of what we're looking at. That engagement with the animal and the photographer is absolutely incredible. And thank you, Simone, for letting me know about these being shy creatures. That makes it even more amazing to see that. Yeah, I think we're there in gold, so a few more points.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 91, which is a gold award. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, which is silver, but we have an automatic challenge from Simone, please.
I've popped this into gold, 90. This is such a difficult capture to get. These birds are so fast, and not only has it grabbed its prey, score, look at the dance of celebration with that music note of the water coming up into that beautiful spray, that celebration, and everything's beautiful. The delicate nature of the wings, the colours are all harmonious when you're going from those beautiful blues that are they're not too deep muddy blues. The luminance of it is beautiful. such a strong capture and such a difficult technical capture to get that has turned this also into a piece of art, which is quite unique.
Okay, Steve, you're at the other end, please.
I scored this 81. Yeah, the timing is perfect. It's a very it's great to see it in action. Just felt like it's over sharpened for me. It just felt like there's a little bit. It feels like some artifacts around its beak, which feel like it might have just been pushed a bit too far. But I am listening.
Does anybody else in the middle have anything to add? Jackie?
I was on 82. The colour of blue at the top, for me, that does feel muddy. It's not clean. It feels like there's a bit of a colour bias through it. And I'm a little bit with Steve about the blockiness of the colours through the mouth. Yeah, great timing, but we're after more than that. I think, for that next level.
Okay, and back to you, Simone, please.
Thank you, judges. I had a quick look at right around the mouth of the area. The colours of that crustacean are those colours, so that might be misread as like artefact. It's actually part of that crustacean. And looking at the blues, it's in an area that it's very shallow water. The blues would be quite muddy anyway. It's not like it's going back into an ocean there. That's the environment. It's dived shallow. It's grabbed this little prey. Yeah, we've got to get it up. At least to SD, guys. Go, go, go.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And Simone's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'll pop this into a silver. I think it's a really clever crop. It's showing the environment. And I think sometimes because this is seen so much, we feel that it's an easy shot to get. It's actually not. They never kind of do what you want to do. They're always going away from you. Then this is just going along sideways and away. The silhouette's beautiful. It's showing that beautiful foreground is really cool. It really grounds me here. And I think it's just a really lovely, simple capture, but really effective as well.
Hey, we're going to come down to Jackie at the other end.
So I scored at 68 because the merger of the subject with the background, and the background not being really sympathetic to the subject and where it's going. I felt that we were just looking just at the back of the kangaroo or the wallaby as it's passed. So I think was a moment before this capture. The skinny pinhole letterbox cropping, I think it's trying to get rid of all the problems, but I really feel that the image just missed its moment. I'm sorry about that, but that tree in the background, it feels like it's from a park, not Australia.
Okay, anybody in the middle? Ed? Okay, back to you, Simone.
No, thank you, Jackie. Yeah, good point. I didn't bring it up further because of the background, but at the same time, I know when you're in Australia and quite often you see paddocks and they're full of brush, and the photographer, I still feel, has done a really good, worthy job. So, yep, that's all I've got to say.
Rescore, please. And we are 75 Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to give Simone a break and Richard a break and welcome Mika and Craig, please. Great. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Craig,
Yeah, I think there's some really exquisite detail in this, and the glass-like quality of the wings looks really beautiful. A little more depth of field to get some detail and texture into that eye, and I feel this is a bit of a missed opportunity to have just moved slightly and actually had the insect framed against, I guess that's a leaf in the background there, rather than it intersecting with the back of its body there.
thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. You're all fairly even across the board. Steve, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yes, I would. Congratulations to the photographer. It's a wonderful capture, amazing palette, and just the gentle touch of the wing on the water is very rewarding. So, brilliant job.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Excuse me, can we have the print stay there? Thank you. Steve, yep.
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. It's very, the textures of this image really stand out for me. And the cropping, the composition is just really satisfying. The detail around the eye, and the eye just jumps out at you. It's very well captured. These things move so fast, and you've nailed it. So good job.
Thank you, Steve. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
I find this a really powerfully moving image, and I think the choice of the mat has really made it that nesting kind of feeling. I think the photograph would be beautiful even without the wasp, but that addition of that wasp just gives it a real danger, and it's poignant, it's moving, and to make something so horrible look beautiful takes amazing skill. I'm not sure how to improve the image. I think perhaps it's for this subject, it's possibly as good as it can get. I think it's an amazing photograph.
Thank you, Mika. Next image, please. Okie dokie, we have a score initially of 79, which is a bronze award. We're going to have to talk about it. So, Mika, you're in the next, actually, you're 2 categories away. So,
I'm on 86. I think the lighting has been particularly well handled in this photograph. It's very bright lighting, and I think it's been controlled really well. I really am fascinated at how clear that reflection is. It's really beautiful, that reflection, and the glow behind the bird I actually find quite appealing. The colours are really beautiful, the pops of blue. I'm really interested to hear what others have to say that are preventing them to go where I am.
okay, we're going to come down to Craig, please.
Yeah, I'm at 72 on this one. I found the glow really distracting, and they have handled the light very well. I will definitely agree with that. But aside from this being a photograph with a nice reflection and the duck preening, I guess I'm looking for something a little bit more unique or emotive in this category to take me higher.
Okay, anybody in the middle got anything to say? No? Okay, back to you, Mika.
And I guess emotion is a personally felt thing, so I really don't have much to come back with that. But all I can say is that for me, I do find it an image of a bird that makes me feel nurturing towards that bird, and I'm not a hugely nurturing bird person. So this photograph has done for me something that is unusual, so I wanted to reward it for that. So if you can find a few more points to bring it up, and again, I like the glow.
Rescore, please.
How will they handle not only that, but just the details to spot something small and something larger and bring it out so well?
And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Rebecca, let's give you a bit of a break, and Rachel, can you come on back, please? Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, but we have an automatic challenge from Steve, please.
Yeah, I gave this gold 91 for a few reasons. I love the context, the location, but these characters, I just hear their conversation, and basically, Ringo's standing on the top going, "Hey, I'm king of the world," and John's looking at him going, "Yeah, mate, but our world's not very big," and the other two are looking decidedly worried as this ice disappears. So I feel like it's an environmental statement. I think it's, the capture of the actual birds is perfect. They're pin sharp. The ice is translucent in so many places because it is just about to disappear from underneath their feet. I feel like the photographer has taken this great subject and then give us a comment on global change. So, yeah, love to talk about it.
Okay, Jackie, it's up to you now.
I scored at 77. I felt the birds on the right. There's a kind of over-sharpening murkiness to the feathers. I felt right along the edge of their heads, so really a clunkiness there. I did love that moment of capture with the wings out. The wings that looked too small to be able to carry that bird, and their environment very well captured. But I just thought maybe just didn't get over to silver for me. But I'm listening.
Okay, Rachel, you got him before Mika.
I've scored at 82. I'm really happy with a silver range for this. I feel like it's a nicely handled environmental portrait of these birds. I'm not really feeling the story or the other elements that you're talking about there, Steve, with regards to concerns in the environment. This is where they live is like, and yeah, I feel like it's well sitting there.
Okay, was there anything else to add there, Mika?
The only thing that I'll add is while I appreciate that the background provides context, I also find it's competing with those birds in the foreground and the birds on the right. In addition, there's a bit of overlap there between the birds, and I'd like to see a bit of separation there. So those things are holding my score down.
Back to you, Steve, please.
Sure, I feel they are overlapped because they're running out of real estate. I feel like the iceberg that they're on would be normally more substantial, and it is disappearing underneath their feet. Obviously, I'm putting narrative in there that I think the author has intentionally wanted for us to see. It's almost like our states of disbelief in what's happening around us, and our lack of action is sort of being portrayed in these characters. That's the way I see it. Please, yeah, just that's it.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Jackie, how about you take a break? And Tony, would you like to pop back in, please? Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award, and we're going to have to talk about it anyway, so Tony.
I went 88 silver distinction. Look, I just think this was masterful. That was the word that came to mind when I first saw this, that you've got a description of this insect that is so clean and easy to read. The background doesn't compete in any sense of form. You're showing it in its environment. You're able to read the textures. You'll be able to read the colours. I just think this is someone working at the top of their game to show us this insect, and I think a little bit of recognition for that beyond a bronze is well worthy.
Okay, we're coming down to you, Rachel.
Yeah, I scored the 73. I completely agree with what you say, Tony, about I just need something more for me to score it into an award, especially an award that is as high as silver or a silver distinction. The detail in the wings is really lovely. You can actually see some of the scales that the dust sits on and stuff. It's really beautiful, but it's a very commonly seen image, and so for me to award it that highly, I need more than that.
Okay, anybody in the middle got something to add? Craig? Thank you.
Yeah, just really quickly, I scored it 78, and I definitely think it's award worthy. But what kept me from going higher was the background, and it's quite blotchy and a little bit distracting. So that's what kept me out from going up to silver.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Well, here's the deal. Let's meet in the middle. If we can go to silver, I think that's probably well worth it for this photographer who has done an extremely good job to illustrate a living being, clean and simple, without distraction, very much the essence of this category.
Rescore, please. It's sitting on 79 bronze at the moment.
So do we do 79 or 80, or we
No, just rescore, please. And we've gone to a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Oh, okay, well, sorry about that. We'll have the next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I really smiled at the initial impact when this print was put on in front of us. And then when I went in closer, I was just a bit disappointed because the highlights are lost on the bird's chest and there's just some motion blur, I think, in there that I would love to see a little bit better control of to get you into those higher scoring ranges.
Thank you, Craig. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 90, and Craig is jumping in his seat for this one, so he's got the challenge.
All right. Well, we're off to a good start. We're already in gold, so let's see where we can end up with. I gave it 96. I think it's just absolutely exquisite. I think the fine detail is all there where you want it to be. It's stunning. That one eye peering out from its curled up body, the starkness of the environment, the fact that the snow is being swept around this Arctic fox and it's becoming all indistinct, and it just speaks to the harshness of the environments. It could be a pencil drawing, it could be a painting. It is a photograph, and I think it's just absolute fine art, animal photography at its best.
Okay, at the other end, we've got Tony.
In actual fact, no, because I was a bit chicken shit when I actually put my score in, and I kind of realised, and so I'm actually coming in to back this, and I'm actually really pleased because you've actually caught me out, because in my head I thought, actually, you've got this wrong, fella, and I'll gladly come into those 90s with you for those exact same reasons, that I wasn't brave enough. You've got an animal character study with that sense of watching and looking, peering through, and those highlights have certainly been well preserved. All those things we're looking at in that gold level. So look, I'm actually with you, believe it or not.
Okay, and Mika.
I also underscored at 88, and I'm very pleased it's been challenged. It really evokes a sense of nurturing and tenderness, and given the conditions that this photograph was undoubtedly taken in, because it's snow, it's cold, it's, even if that's all that it is, it's challenging conditions to shoot in. But this photographer has created an image that is fine art photography and has evoked a strong emotion, and that deserves a much higher score than 88.
Okay, anybody else got anything else different to add? No? Back to Craig.
Yeah, look, I think we need to take this into those high 90s. To add to the harshness of the environment, just imagine from the photographer's perspective, look at the angle that we're looking at this fox on. They are probably down in that snow with them, and they are feeling what this fox is feeling too. So yeah, let's get it high 90s, gold with distinction.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 95, which is gold distinction. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Tony, would you like to give the feedback for this, please?
Magic seeing a bird with 2 heads, 4 legs. I think the angle that you've shot this is extremely well done to kind of obscure the second bird, but also have these amazing feeding elements on show and depth of field and sharpness throughout. So I think it's an exceptional capture. Well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Sorry, we had to check something for the handlers, so it's just coming. There you go, you should be good. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 89, and we have an automatic challenge from Steve, please.
Yes, I scored this 92 gold. The 2 birds are perfectly captured. The details in their bodies, it's just pin sharp right throughout, except for their wings, which give the sense of movement and dance. And the way that they're positioned is though a yin-yang connection. It's almost like a mating ritual or leaping after prey, I don't know what. But to capture that timing and that flight and that palette and the detail in the birds, I think is exquisite study of them and their environment.
Thank you, and we're going to go down to Tony at the other end, please.
Again, I think you've done a good job convincing, because from silver distinction where I was to gold, I think it's an easy push, Steve, so for those reasons. The description on display has been well captured. If it's a mating ritual, I agree with capturing the essence of these 2 birds and the angle, and the fact that you've got that band of the sky, so almost sort of, if it was all greenery, all blue, it actually have got a different feel to this. So I actually like the fact there's this levitation through the top bird that's sort of aided by that colour shift. So look, I'm with you there.
Okay, Craig, you're in the middle, or you're
Well, I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle at 91, so I'm definitely in favour of this. I think, you know, it's a mating ritual of sorts. I think this is 2 males competing, probably, for a mate. And I think that we've captured this moment so perfectly. The interplay between the 2, it's like this bird that's on the ground has run in to charge at this other one, and it's just leapt over. And where they've placed in the curve of the wing and the curve of the back end of the bird in the air, like it all just plays so beautifully together. And I'm in gold, and I think we should all be up there.
okay. Any other comments? Cool, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're all convinced gold. I'm on 92. I think I probably should have gone higher. Thank you, Tony. The weight of the sky is perfect, because I don't think these birds are very aeronautically enabled. So to get this high is just enough to show that it's off the ground, and it breaks that barrier. And I think, thanks, Craig, for the explanation about what they're actually doing. But yeah.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 91, which is a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to say thank you to Steve and welcome back Mike, and thank you to Craig and hi Kay. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
The movement of these beautiful aquatic birds is really well captured in this photograph. The detail in the splashes is fabulous, and I think the light has been really well handled in the highlights to not detract from those beautiful birds. I'm not sure how to improve the image. I really, really enjoy it with the reflections and the splashes and the movement, so I apologise that I haven't got more to help.
Thank you, Mika. Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Can we have a comment from Rachel, please?
Yeah, this is nicely captured with the rodent with the seed pod, but peripherals of the image are really distracting, and your eye is drawn to the detail in the bark on the left and the grasses or vegetation on the right. So removing some of that through cropping or something would have made the image a lot stronger.
Thank you, Rachel. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 87, but there is an automatic challenge from Tony, please.
92, with the words menace, malice, and magnificent. You know, how are you going to show a bird of prey? Look at that eye, the intent behind it. You've got the beak, you've got every talon. If you were a little mouse or another little bird, this is a bird of prey captured in all its glory as it's coming in on that branch and stuff there. I think this describes what we're seeing as a bird of prey with every aspect that it's got to offer. 92.
Rachel, you're down the other end, please.
Yeah, I scored this 82. I'm going to probably listen more than I talk. I think that it's really nicely handled. White sky, hard to shoot against without losing all the detail in the bird. The whites and the feather and the details there are really well handled. I'm just going to listen, Tony.
Okay, Kay?
Yeah, I'm on 88. For all those reasons you talked about, the timing is beautiful, the detail is beautiful, the composition, just that branch, the way they've cropped that branch, the whole cropping of the image works really beautifully. Am I looking for something a little bit more, though, in terms of taking it into being something that is exceptional when we're talking about gold? I'm not 100% sure, but I am listening.
Okay, back to you, Tony, please.
I think we're answering some of our own questions here. It's clean and it's sharp, and the tonal control has been well preserved and not lost. So all those kind of technical aspects are there to enable it to be considered in a higher category. Kay, I love the fact you're getting up to have a look now, because when you're there, I want you to have a look at the feet, and you can see the detail from those scales on the sort of, not the toes, but the feet. The detail is immense, and to show off and describe this bird in motion with the sense of foreboding, with the claws and the talons. As I say before, how else do you want to describe a bird of prey other than in flight doing what it does? I think this is a perfect example of that demonstrated by the photographer.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 88, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Mika's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this 86, a silver with distinction. I think that the mastery of the technique has been really, it's been mastered here. I think the depth of field is perfect to show the interaction between these creatures on the leaf that they're on. I think there's some studio lighting involved, and I feel that has really emphasise some of the characteristics of these critters. I quite enjoy the movement of the critter at the back. It makes it a less static photograph, and I'm not particularly familiar with praying mantis anatomy, but the lifting of the wing showing that lovely understory I found quite fascinating, and their antennae going off in all different directions. I really enjoyed their eyes all being perfectly sharp. I'm really curious to hear what is holding people back from going higher.
Rachel.
I like everything that you like there, Mika, but for me, the hero of the image is that that mama that's ready to lay all the eggs, and her eye's not sharp for me. I'm not sure if it's my eyesight. I've had another look, but it's not as sharp as the other details, especially on the mantis that's just behind her.
Okay, and in the middle, who have we got? Kay, would okay. Kay, you're in the middle. Would you like to, or Mike? Okay.
I gave this 83. I actually found the print just a little bit muddy. And I'm feeling like it really should be jumping off the screen and saying, look at me. But those greens are just a little bit flat, and it's a studio lighting. It's an absolute controlled situation. It should be exquisite. But also compositionally, I find the three of them in the centre, it's just a little cluttered, a little busy, and I'm still giving it a silver. So, you know, the good things are really good. But what I'm suggesting is it's not quite as good as a distinction.
Thank you, Mike. Back to you, Mika.
So I also initially thought that the eye of the mama mantis was not as sharp, but I actually think it's just more translucent, and I think that the eyeball, the pinpoint of it, certainly is. I just think it's not the same as the other one's eyes. Oh gosh, my words. But I do think it is as sharp as the others. In terms of what you've said, Mike, I acknowledge that it would have been possible to make these colours sing more. However, I also think that in a nature category, we don't need to make it look more brilliant than what nature is, and I'm not actually particularly bothered by the fact that it's not more brilliant. I think we've got some beautiful colour there, and it matches the leaf perfectly. You know, we've got the reds, the yellows, the greens. There's quite a range of colour there, and I think it's been handled really well. In terms of the three, I think the interaction is fantastic. I think if there was less interaction, I wouldn't find it as enjoyable. They're funny animals, and they're showing their interaction, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So I'm still at 86. Come and join me.
Can we rescore, please, judges? And we've gone to 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mike? Thank you.
Yeah, there's just a slight blue cast through the whole image that I think if you just pulled back on that blue channel, you'd have a much cleaner, much more direct image.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have a blank screen, please? Mika for Simone, please. And can we swap out Tony for Richard? Thank you. And can we have the next image, please?
Take it all off, Kay.
Okay, we have a score of 70. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please, from Richard? Is it? Oh no, sorry, Simone's.
Sorry, it must be hard to hear in Never Never Land. Yeah, and I am jumpy, yeah. You've to the entrant, you've done a beautiful job here of your paper choice. It's really quite beautiful, and it's got a slight metallic feel, and it really draws you in with the colour tones. I think to make this image stronger, you need a really probably maybe a good point of focus. The birds are a little bit soft, and maybe just a little bit of separation there. And there's a couple of little spots just at the top, at the edge of the frame, that within the rules you'd be able to spot out, which would help make it a bit stronger. But it's still a beautiful image and lovely colour tones.
Thank you, Simone. Could we have the next print, please? And we are working on the TV. We've sent the SOS. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Mike, would you like to do the feedback, please?
Yeah, very well composed. I can't really see, I mean, it's a bird in flight, well captured, sharp where it should be sharp. The vignette's possibly a little bit heavy in the corners, so to make this a little bit better, I would suggest reduce that burning of the corners and just let this bird fly out of the frame.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have the next print, please? Yeah, we've got trouble, so we're trying to fix it. We've got the picture back, but now it won't move off the screen. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Mike has put his hand up for a challenge. Thank you.
I gave this 88, mainly because of the gesture, and I think the essence of the image is the opposite is happening within here. We've got this massive, heavy beast that's being incredibly delicate with its paw, finding something on the sand, and I just find that it's the incongruity of those two elements, where we've got tenderness, we've got detail, we've got feeling. The washed out environment in the background is just exquisite because it's there, but it's not interrupting what we're supposed to be looking at, which is the bear in the foreground. I just think it's a very, very well handled image.
Okay, we're going to go down to Richard, please.
Yes, I was on 77, and thanks for pointing out that gesture, Mike, because I actually completely missed that. I gave it a bronze on the merits that I love the replication of the textures between his fur and the shape of his back with those trees in behind and that misty background. But now that you bring the attention to that delicate touch in the sand, I'm coming up.
Okay, and in the middle you've got Rachel.
Yeah, Mike, I'm on 86, and I can go into a higher silver as well for that. So I'm happy to, push it up.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Thank you.
And we have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Richard, please?
I really enjoyed the slightly abstract take on this. It sort of looks like a piece of driftwood sitting on the beach, but it's actually the sea mammal's head. They've got this incredible ability to turn their necks in all sorts of different places to catch fish, but I liked it for that quality. Potentially a little bit more space could do it justice as well.
Thank you, Richard. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Simone, please?
Beautiful work, just stunning. To the photographer, you've placed the head just in a really beautiful place where it's point of focus. The detail you've got right throughout is just beautiful. You can really pick up all the little scales and bits and pieces. Tiny little bit of a colour cast on there that might could have been fixed up a tiny bit in post, but generally well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Simone. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
I think this is really beautifully timed. I wondered just how hard it would have been for the bird to swallow that tadpole, because it looks like it'll choke on it. For me, I feel like there's a sort of flatness to the image, and it's not coming from the light in the image, it's coming from the choice of paper, which is, for an image where there's so much water and droplets on it, I feel like it could have popped more with it, maybe something different.
Thank you, Rachel. Could we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 83, but there is an automatic challenge from Simone, please.
I've scored this at 92. I have judged this before in a digital category, and I'm really pleased to be able to see it in print. I'm feeling really fortunate now. These birds are so hard to capture in such a thick blizzard. They move fast, they move silent. It's really hard to get the sharpness and detail. You won't see any highlights in the eyes just because of the depths of the blizzard and that colour. That is the bird. The sharp detail, the quietness and the feeling that this gives you is just stunning. And the placement, it reminds you of like one of these, the little toy snow globes that turn upside down as well. Just beautiful.
Okay, and we're going to go down to Kay at the other end, please.
Yeah, I scored it 73, just out of the award range. Beautiful image. The tonal control within the image is really beautiful. But I'm struggling whether the eyes are actually sharp. The wings are really beautifully sharp, but for me the eyes aren't, which should be something that the photographer should be able to capture. And I also wonder whether there's a little bit too much space down below and to the left, and whether a little bit more, just to get that sense of soaring a little bit more. But I'm listening.
Okay, Richard.
I was at 87, silver distinction. Okay, my list. I really, really enjoyed the layering of the depth of field with all those snowflakes, how it sort of takes you through. There's this depth to the scene of emptiness apart from the snow. I really enjoyed that. There's a juxtaposition between this blizzard that is not comfortable, but this bird is so comfortable, it looks relaxed, in fact, as he soars through. And that space on the left, to me, that's where he's swooping around into. The apparent, what could be the apparent softness in the eyes, if you go up and have a look, there is a gradation of dark feathering around the eyes that I think is the reason for that. I think the eyes are sharp, but those feathers are dark around the eyes as well, and they gradiate out. But I think it's an absolute beautiful piece. I love the depth, and that's why I've come in at 87.
Okay, thank you so much. Judges, anybody else got anything to add? It's all been said. Okay, back to you, Simone, please.
Thank you both, judges. Yes, when it comes to those sharp eyes, Kay, that bird's eyes they do look like that, and quite often you'll see a bird, like as Richard said, that's got the darkness around it. Sometimes it can be like misconstrued as not sharp. I feel it is perfectly sharp. I also really enjoy the positioning of that gliding and that lift off. It's still got lift even with this blizzard, the quietness. To me, it's perfect. I'm almost annoyed at myself for not going a couple of points higher. I very much encourage everybody to get to gold. This is just stunning. You don't see this in this type of light. Just it's all gold.
Thank you. Please rescore, judges. Okay, we have a score of 87, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Kay, please?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the I guess the contrast in colour and first in terms of the impact that that's giving. I guess there's some little bit in the sky that is not connecting well with the foreground, so maybe a different time of day or whatever. But yeah, I think the three images work quite nicely together.
Thank you, Kay. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, great composition. I just feel as if it's a little bit muddy. I'd like to see a greater separation. Tonally, mostly in the middle tones, and probably curves. Just pull out the curves and separate those mid-tones out.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to give Rachel a wee break and Kay a wee break. And can we have Jackie and Rebecca, please? And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Mike's going to put his hand up.
I gave this 86. I actually really, I think the composition, and I think the circle, not circle, oval, and the tones, I think they're all holding hands to say the same thing about a beautiful bird in a really soft environment. It's a very happy image.
Okay, can we hear from Richard at the other end, please?
I gave it a bronze at 76 for the reasons that I really enjoyed the colours and the little sort of hello expression, and the composition works really well as well. So maybe I've been a little bit mean. The only thing that does take it slightly back from me is that blade of grass that sort of cuts through the neck there, but I know this is a nature category, so yeah, I am likely to come up.
Okay, and Jackie?
Yeah, I'm in support of this at 84, and yeah, coming up to distinction. I think there's another layer in there, a little whimsical line of nature through the background, a little lyrical bit of what's coming in and out of focus that you don't see back here. And that's really beautiful as well. It's a really inquiring look. There's a character here, not just a bird.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, just come up. Thanks.
Well done. We have a score of 85, silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have comment from Mike, please?
I think a tighter crop would have made it much stronger. The foreground out of focus piece of ice is quite distracting and not necessary.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Yeah, brilliant capture there of great decisive moment, just coming into land, and those wings, fabulous. Just watch the separation with the background sort of intersecting with that other bird there, and the sort of lack of details there in your highlights and your darks. So yeah, just watch that, but keep going.
Thank you, Bex. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Jackie, please?
Well done, lovely silver. How to take it up further? I don't know. It's maybe there's a fifth character in there. Their multiplicity is beautiful. I scored it right in there at 84. So something going on in the background, something else, but it's really well printed, and it's probably sits where it sits at 80 in the 80s. Great.
Thank you, Jackie. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Great composition, a bit of a bullseye, a little bit centered, but your saturation's what's killing it. Just pull back on your saturation.
Thank you, Mike. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Simone, please? Mike, thank you.
Yeah, the use of a polarizer in situations like this would take that shine off the leaf and make you look at the insects more. It's a matter of doing things that take away what's distracting, and I think that really bright leaf is what's ruining it.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have comment from Simone, please?
Silver distinction, fantastic, congratulations. I love this. There's a lot of stories here. I love the, you feel emotional because you think, well, this bird's like, I'm still hungry, Mum, still hungry. And Mum's like, I've given you everything I can. I can't go back out until Dad's home. And it gives you a feeling like that, which is really neat. That the positioning is beautiful. You've got allowed a bit of breathing space. Everything's just beautiful. To elevate it, maybe a tiny, very fraction lift of the shadowing, maybe on the parent's main area of the face. Just a very fraction might lift it a little bit, but well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? And Richard and Mike have a break. And Craig and Steve, please rejoin us. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74. Congratulations to the, oh no, it's not, sorry, pardon me. Craig, would you like to give feedback? Thanks.
Yeah, I would. I think this is a really lovely moment, and I think if you just cropped it down and maybe made it even a panoramic and get rid of that distracting ice at the top and had a little less space behind the birds, so there was more in the direction that they were travelling in, I think this would be able to elevate you into an awards range.
Thank you, Craig. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment on it? Simone, you're going to challenge that?
Yes, please. I've actually just popped this into silver distinction. I've popped this at 85. The life of this new life coming out of what was, it's very clever. The colours are just absolutely beautiful, and it's showing that the life there has stopped, and there's all this negative space for this new part of this life to start again. The colours are beautiful. The richness of that grounding is really lovely as well. So I'd love to just get up to the next level, please.
Okay, can we have Rebecca, please?
Yeah, I scored this 78 bronze. I'm going to be coming into the silver range. I think that the things for me that let it down, it feels soft in quite a few of those, the part of the image near the closest to you, which kind of draws my eye away, and I'm not sure that the eye is also pin sharp. The paper choice as well, being that kind of quite shiny, glossy, yeah, just not quite resolved there. The delicate detail in the insect coming out, I'd just love to see a little bit more, and I just think the paper kind of doesn't help that, yeah. But, I think it is worthy of a silver, so I'll be coming up.
Craig?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk in support of this. I scored at 82. I will come up. I probably will come up to 84 for the reasons that you just talked about, Bex, about the softness. But I actually really love the paper choice. I feel like this is a very vulnerable moment in this insect's life where they're just coming out of their emergence, and they're still soft and haven't got their wings spread out, and then that metallic paper is like, Simone, you talked about the space for the future, and I feel like the paper is telling us of the future when this insect has hardened and gone kind of metallic. And also the metallic noises that cicadas make as well. So I actually thought the paper choice was quite clever. I'll come up a couple of points. I'm not sure if I'm in distinction, but I will come up.
Okay, back to you, Simone, please.
Thank you, judges. I've had another look at where those wings are. Rebecca, I do feel that they're sharp, and I feel they're sharp enough. If you'd love to just go back and have a look, keeping in mind that it's just coming out, it's only just coming out from what was formed. Also, I did look at that eye at the beginning also, wondering if it was sharp enough, but it's actually got that translucence. It hasn't seen yet. It's been in the dark. And this has been photographed, obviously, at night time. So it will look quite a luminescent look like that. That's just what reality does. And, yeah, let's get it up to a silver distinction. This is just a beautiful image that you don't often see, and just done so well.
Rescore, please. And we've gone to 83 silver, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like? Craig, would you like to give feedback?
Happy to. Yeah, I think this is a really lovely moment of this bear's behaviour that we've captured here. I really enjoy the layering of all of the elements going off into the distance and even that little bit of sky in the top. I think you could strengthen this up with a touch more detail in the foreground whites and maybe even just a slight crop off of the bottom as well. I think that would give it a bit more balance to the composition.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Steve, you can, yep, it's yours to do.
Thank you. Really enjoy this composition. I scored at 87, silver distinction. And we've seen ducks swimming before. I just find that the attention to detail in the duck is perfect. I love the wake in front of it, the ripples basically mimicking the textures in its feathers. And I like the idea of it swimming into something different, into it's like autumnal scene. It's transferring from one into the other. I like the movement and the direction, the negative space, which is not really negative space, it's held by that colour. So I think it's really well seen, captured, timed.
Hey, thank you, and just move that microphone over to Simone, please.
I knew you were coming to me. Okay. I gave this a 73. I felt that it was a lovely image. I loved that forward bit of the water as well. I almost felt that's all I wanted to see, to be honest. I really adored that. I just can't get myself to get up to a higher level of this beautiful toning, but I'm just struggling to find something more for me. That's why we celebrate 5 judges all together, I suppose.
Okay, anybody in the middle have anything else to add? Jackie? Yes.
I scored at 78 and didn't bring it into that next scoring range because was it about the left-hand side, the bird, or the background? They were fighting a little bit. And the bird is just going across on the water with a reflection, and I was asking for wanting something a bit more of one of those nuggets, that we like, a little bit more action. Yeah, so that's where I was on that 78. Give me that. Why do they work together besides colour?
Thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Well, besides colour, I think the colour is magnificent. It's echoed in the bird and then in the water behind the bird. The tonal range pulls it all together, and it elevates it from just being a study of the bird to the environment to a piece of art that I think it's worthy of a silver. I give it a silver distinction. I think we just need to go up a couple of points and we get it into the silver range. I think, look at it as a piece of art. Look at it's almost like intentional camera movement on the right, stillness of the bird on the left moving into it. I like the transitional feel of it.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry, it's just thinking about it. Really, really hard. Okay, you should be able to go. A score of 83, which is a silver award. And Jackie, you can challenge that.
I scored at 87. I think there's a real believability here. The tonal range is so natural and cared for. There's a tiny little bird in this small environment, but the elements that have been left in with that one little beech tree leaf underneath, balancing it out with a little light area above and the beautiful bouquet in the background. There's something about that iris in the eye. You can see the tonal range within the iris. And so that's why I'm on 87.
And we're down to you, Bex.
I knew you were going to come to me. So I'm on 77 bronze. I will bring this up into a silver. The things that for me just, I'm just finding a bit unresolved is, so one is the fall off of the, just underneath of the bird. It just sort of merges into the background. There's no detail in it either. And it just feels static. Like it just feels, so the bird's not, you know, doing anything. It's not getting food or poking at the moss or what have you. It's just so static. And yeah, I'd just love to see it doing something perhaps. Also it sits just below centre in the frame, and I'm finding that heaviness at the top a bit much. But what I do love is that the wing, there's this lovely mirroring of that leaf that you mentioned, Jackie, and on its wing there's this, it just matches beautifully. So I will come up into silver. But
Okay, and I'm sorry, Craig had his hand up before you, Steve.
Thanks for challenging this, Jackie. I sat at 81 and I'd be happy to come up. I think that it's worth acknowledging that, as you mentioned, this is a beech tree. These are very small birds that live in the beech forests. It's not an easy species to photograph, and it's absolutely pin sharp where you want it to be. And I think, Bex, there is enough in the environment here to justify the composition for the bird to travel up the tree on its hunt for little insects and things that it's going to eat. So, I really enjoy this, and I'll come up to distinction.
Okay, back to you, Jackie.
That the staticness is the concentration that's going into that eye, and that bird is going, what am I going to just get in there and grab? But there's the line of the moss coming down that directs your eye to the bird and the beak. The composition is beautiful with even a little bit of tonal range. It's just coming down to the head of the bird. I think that's quite exquisite. 87.
Rescore, please. That was good talking. 86 silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rebecca, have a break. Tony, would you like to come on? And Simone, we'll swap you out for Mika, please. Can we have the next image, please? Right, we have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award. Steve? Cool. You'd like to challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I scored this 87 for the whimsical nature of this character, flicking the stones up with his flipper. The bird itself is pin sharp as far as I can see. He's got an intent. I don't know what it is, but maybe he's watching the World Cup and he's trying some finals kicks. I love the environment. I love the layering of it, and I love the pattern of the stones, which the photographer had no control over, but they had control over the crop, and I think they've done it really well.
Okay, Craig, you know I'm coming.
I am. I'm the mean judge here. I'm on 72, and I feel quite comfortable there, honestly. I think you're going to have to do a lot of talking to get me into awards range. I think this is a really lovely image of a native that we don't see a huge amount of, but the highlight control on the bird's chest, the overall blue tone of the image, I think the white balance is way off here. I would really love to see this white balance corrected so we can celebrate that red eye and the red beak and that yellow crest, but it's just all kind of murky and blue for me right now, and that's why I'm out of awards range. If that was fixed, I'd be up into the awards for sure.
Okay, and in the middle, we've got Mika.
I scored at 84, and I love the personality of this dude. He looks like a very kind of not lovely old man who's got a bit of a beef, but I love how he's playing soccer there. Unfortunately, it is that loss of the texture in the highlight area that is a bit distracting. But I do love the colours, and just like what you're saying, though, I think if the blueness was less blue, we'd have a lot more beautiful colour to enjoy.
Okay, Steve, back to you.
The white balance doesn't bother me a lot. I think the character study, the timing of this image is super, and the story of him moving stones around. I don't know why they kick stones. I would be keen to know. Is it just for fun? And I think the whites, maybe it's lost a little bit of details, but I definitely think this is worthy of awards. And yeah, please consider every point counts.
Rescore, please. And we've gone to 81, which is a silver award. Cool. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 78, but we have an automatic challenge from Craig, please.
This is like Wings Over Wanaka in an alternative universe. I feel like I'm looking at an air show or something here. I think that this is an extremely difficult image to capture, and it's absolutely pin sharp all through that dragonfly where you want to see detail. I love that its landing gear is down with that one leg ready to come in and land, and I think that the placement within that texture of the background is really stunning. So I don't know why we're not higher on this one. I'm at 88. Please come up with me.
Okay, Jackie.
Yeah, okay. I'm on 73, and I'm a naughty girl. I'm going to come up higher, but what was holding me back was the darkness on the left-hand side and the brightness on the right. I wanted to see the environment a little bit more, and just seeing is that enough? But I'm listening to you, and maybe I'll listen to somebody else as well. 73. You see, a bit low.
Okay, Mika, you'd like to...
I'm appreciating all the fabulous things about this this winged insect in flight. I think it's really well positioned. There is a dust spot bottom left corner that is, I find, taking my eye down there. And some of the darker background bits on the edges are also a little distracting. But I scored at 78. I'm happy to come up to a little higher, but that's a problem for me.
Okay, and back to you, Craig.
All right. I actually think the dark left and bright right-hand side, Jackie, are doing this image a favour, because that's the direction the insect is travelling in. So having that brightness and the darkness behind it totally does it for me. Okay, I missed a dust spot. It's just one dust spot. Maybe take off 1 point for the extra points that you were thinking of giving it, Mika. I think this is great. Silver distinction would be awesome, but at least let's get it some more points.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please?
Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 86, but Craig, you'd like to challenge that?
I would. Again, I'm on 92 on this one. This is gold for me. These subjects are very fast moving. They're very small, very difficult to capture. They're absolutely pin sharp with only the slightest bit of motion blur in that top bird's wing there. I love the position of that top bird with the feet down, the beak slightly open, ready to come in and greet this other bird on the branch. I think the printing is really, really beautiful. It's got such a soft, delicate look to the print, and I think this is really, really exquisite bird photography. Let's reward that with a gold.
Thanks, Craig. Jackie, can we hear from you?
I scored at 78. Because I didn't believe it somehow. It doesn't feel real. I can't feel the sharpness. There's such sharpness in the front, marrying with that background. Maybe it's just, maybe there's a sense of, maybe there's over sharpening in there or something on those wings. That why couldn't they look more natural? But I'm listening, because 90 is a very powerful score.
Thanks, Jackie. Tony, can we hear from you?
86 for me, and I think from both parties there. I think the believability is the fault in the wings, is that we've actually got a little bit of separation. We know it's real for the fact that we've got a little bit of a flaw. That was perhaps what was taking me from going higher. The fact you've got the sharpness and the composition and the description of this behaviour, I think, is exquisite. So look, I'm actually pretty happy with Silver Distinction. I do think the image is incredible and well crafted.
Thank you, Tony. Back to you, Craig.
I think that you're confusing believability with perfection, Jackie. It is hard to believe because it is almost perfect. They're so small and this background is so far away that of course it's going to give it that very blurred effect in the background there. And the fact that we have got that motion blur, like you said, Tony, like these birds are flapping their wings at several hundred times per second. So, you know, there's some movement there because there has to be to capture this. And I think if you look at the composition, that beautiful diagonal of the branch with all that mossy stuff on it, the way that the bird is coming in, I think the framing of this is perfect. And I think we should be rewarding that and not feeling obliged to come down because it almost feels too perfect.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, can you please rescore? And we get a couple of extra points. We've got an 88 Silver Distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 87, which is a Silver Distinction Award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony?
Absolutely loving the fact you've got this combination between a sea creature, a land sea creature and bird. To have three in one picture in this location I think is very well spotted and described. So top job on presenting that to us.
Thank you so much. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment? You'd like to challenge? Okay, you can do that.
Yeah, I scored 77s. I just think for the photographer to be able to isolate this bird in such a busy environment and capture it really well, and it's a great study of the bird, the long beak ready to go into that flower. I think it's really well managed. I'm not asking for a silver. I just think one more point to bring it up and recognise it with an award for the patience of the photographer to capture this moment.
Okay, Jackie.
Yeah, I'm on 71, and I'm there because, I mean, this is what birdies do. They love birds, and they have so much patience, but the position just of that bird with a line going through the background and the other distractions within the frame just take that away from me. And I think the moment was maybe missed when it took off, or something in relationship with the bird and the red flower that is just not working together for me.
Okay, Mika.
I think it's a really tricky lighting condition, but I think that's that has very much impacted on the overall enjoyment of the photograph. All of the highlights are really competing with the bird, and the depth of field that brings into the frame all of the busyness could have been addressed better with a more shallow depth of field. So I appreciate that it's a beautiful study of the bird, but those distracting elements I think are quite distracting.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, for the fact that they've managed to, when you get close to it, the bird is beautifully sharp, and it's a great study of it. The colours in the bird are beautiful. It's in a great environment. It's well captured, timed. One extra point is just going to mean that this photographer can say this awarded, and my efforts, were seen. So I think please just come up a point or two.
Rescore, please. Steve, you need to put yours back in. And we have a score of 74. Thank you. And that was our last print entry. I'd like to thank our print handlers out the back, Andrew, Helen and Bonnie. Thank you for a great job. And while we change to the laptop, we're going to change some judges. Thank you, Tony, Steve and Jackie. And we're going to have Kay, Rachel and Richard, please. Okay, we can have our first digital entry, please. Yeah, go help yourself. Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment for Craig? Yep.
Yeah, I think you've got a really nice connection with this otter, and it's a lovely portrait. What's keeping it probably from awards ranges is the light. It's probably quite an enclosed space, and the light is coming onto the top of the animal. If we were in a more open space to photograph this animal, or we waited for a better time of day, then we'd get better light on them and a better overall result, I think. And just watch the edges for distracting elements too.
Lovely, thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 79, but Craig has an automatic challenge.
Okay. I'm at 91. I've got a long way to go and maybe some talking to do. I just see this trio of trees like they're from Lord of the Rings or something, like this big character marching out into the distance with its armour on its back. And that, coupled with the incredible colours from the aurora and the detail in the sky, I think the panoramic crop is stunning. I think this is one of the nicest aurora images that I've seen captured, and I would love to see this rewarded with a little bit more than it's got now.
Okay, Kay, you've got the microphone ready.
Yeah, I scored this out of the award range because I felt that the tree was dominating the image where in reality it was the aurora that was actually the hero part of the image. So I felt that they were competing a little bit with within the image. So if you can answer that for me, I will happy to come up.
Okay, and in the middle, Mika?
I really like that the photographer has light painted the trees because I think an aurora photo without heroes in it is colourful sky. I think it's a beautiful aurora, and we've got the stars, the pinpoint stars, that's been beautifully captured. The strangeness of that lump of leaves on this dead tree is quite fascinating. I do feel that the light painting has really emphasised what's just underneath there, and that brightness in combination with seeing the fence posts, which could have been darkened down a little bit, has taken away from the nature part of the story for me.
Okay, Craig, back to you.
Yeah, I guess that's why I didn't take it higher, which I accidentally put in 97 at the beginning. I might have been up there if it wasn't for the fence post too. So I totally understand that. And just to address that aurora and versus the tree, I think you're spot on as well, Mika, that, you know, we see photos of aurora all the time and it is just colourful sky when there's nothing else to hold our interest in there. Now we've got this main character of this tree here, but the photographer has painted all three trees as they get into the distance in this single exposure. So I think they've really thought this through. They know this location, they've worked in this location, they've planned this. And I think that's worth rewarding. And if you can't see yourself coming into gold, at least come up into silver ranges and reward the effort and the beauty that the photographer has presented to us.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 71. Can we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, really nice moment of interaction here. I think a couple of things that you could do to improve it. First of all, check your edges. There's something creeping in on that right-hand edge in the water there. Maybe it's another sea lion, but that's really a distraction, so crop that out. And also the post-production on this one, it's quite blue and matte looking, and I think we would like to see some contrast in here and bring out the texture in the fur of the sea lions.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award, and Mika's going to challenge.
Yeah, I will. Looking at this from a distance, that cheetah is perfectly camouflaged, and the things that stand out are the teeth and the eyebrows. And I looked at this and just smiled. It looks like it's going la. It's in its environment perfectly, but the photographer has made it stand out despite its camouflage. I thought it was very cleverly done. I like the positioning, and yeah, I'm keen to have a chat.
And we'll wander down to Richard, please.
Yeah, I was at 72. I can see what you're talking about, but I think these animals always are going to have that look in a natural environment in terms of their camouflage. The teeth almost worked in the opposite way to me, as I was quite distracted and pulled in by those, and I found it a little bit overwhelming with the brightness. I would love to see what the animal is looking at or interacting with to give more, more narrative or more feeling or more story to what's going on here in this image.
Thank you. And in the middle, Kay?
Possibly not really in the middle. Can you remind us what score it got?
It's sitting on 75 bronze.
75. Yeah, I scored it just out of award range because I feel the moment's been missed. I feel the moment's yet to come because the animal's about to do something, and we're wanting to see what that is almost in terms of its behavioural aspect of what the actual animal, the leopard, does. I love the black and white. I think it's really beautiful, and the spots really stand out within the environment.
Okay, back to you, Mika.
So I genuinely don't mind what it's looking at. I'm not particularly curious about what it's looking at. I think it's a beautiful portrait, and the teeth have full detail as far as a smooth surface can have. I think the expression on the animal's face is delightful, and all I can do is reiterate that I really enjoy the animal in its environment, and all of the beautiful detail that's in the face, has really been very masterfully handled despite the busyness of everything around it. I'm definitely thinking this is a silver award, and I hope that some of you agree.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 70. Can we have a comment from Kay, please?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the detail and just the timing of the wingspan being beautifully captured in the image. I feel it needs a little bit more space around the image, just in terms of its environment. I think it's being a little bit cramped in that dark area at the top. I know you can't necessarily avoid that within nature shots, but it is a little bit distracting.
Thank you, Kay. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 83 with an automatic challenge from Richard, please.
I gave this a 96 gold distinction. I've seen a lot of whale photography, but I haven't seen anything like this before. We start down the bottom right-hand corner of that space that they've just moved through, and up they go towards that top left, following one another, and that the one in the front is just almost creating a ghostly apparition as he moves into that atmospheric stuff that is water and air, and it is just absolutely beautiful. Look at the rays of light coming down from the right-hand side. The whole image is full of so many different textures, and it's so ghostly and velvety and stunningly beautiful. I think we're being really mean here. This is an incredible photo of whales.
Okay, I have to go to Rachel first.
Yeah, I scored this 77. Scored at 77 in bronze. I don't know if you'll get me into gold, Richard. I'll listen. I really enjoy the light that's coming through. I know that these whales are underwater, so I don't actually need to see the bubble, the very surface, the underside of the surface of the water. I'm getting drawn straight up into that, and it's quite distracting. And there's at least 3 sensor spots that I can see throughout the image that is keeping me out of higher range.
Okay. In the middle, we have, well, Craig.
Richard, I think you're right. I think we're being mean on this one. I've scored at 86. I will happily come into gold. Just to add to the kind of visual aspects that you've spoken to, I feel like this is a young humpback. There's not a lot of scarring on its body. There's not a lot of barnacles growing on there yet. And I feel like this is following its mother into the world above to take a breath. So from a visual perspective, I agree with everything you said. I think it's really beautifully done. I really like the ocean at the top, just giving us a cap to the image where that lightness, I think, would take us out, but that dark piece of water at the top holds us in the frame, and it doesn't let us go above the surface. That trail of white coming off of the tail of the whale that's coming out of the surface. I think this is exactly how it should be. So I'm going to come up into gold.
Okay, you've changed your mind again? Yes, Mika?
The only thing that I wanted to add is I did feel that it was a little bit unnecessarily noisy. That is something that is within the photographer's control, but I recognise that an underwater shot has a lot of stuff in it. I do like that. I just want to support the reflection of the interaction at the top. I really enjoy that.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Richard.
I think we need that water at the top. We need that change of texture. It holds those whales where they're going. And I did try and cover that with my hand, and I don't think it's as strong. It adds a title at the top. It's holding it. That first whale is almost in a breach. Water is full of particles, and I actually think it brings so much to the image. There is so much detail in something that you'd expect to be transparent. And from experience, I don't think we can make the assumption that is 100% sensor spots. The water's not just full of bubbles, it's full of particles. There could be, trust me, there's bits of all sorts in there. Being a calf, and if it's following an adult there, look at the view that young creature has to follow. They're moving through the blue, and she is just creating grey, and it's just so ghostly and powerful as she crashes into that water. I find it really moving. I find it really cinematic. I think it's, come on. I don't want you to come up into gold. I want you to come to gold distinction. I truly think that's where it belongs. It's a very powerful image.
Okay, judges, can you please rescore? It was some pretty good talking. We have a score of 91 gold. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79, bronze award. Mika, you going to take the challenge?
Yeah, the action involved in this is fantastic, and I try not to read too much into my own interpretation, but I see fear in that bird's eyes in the that's forward. It looks really terrified, and so it should be. The bird that's attacking it has full intent. You can really see that action of attacking, and I think it's been captured right at the right moment to show that interaction. There's sand flipping up, the positioning of the wing that frames the image beautifully. I think the whites have been really well handled. I think it's a very dynamic image. So yeah, I thought it was a silver, and yeah.
Okay, Craig, over to you.
I'm on 76, and I guess that I was there because of the tightness of the framing on that right and that bottom side, but I think as I'm sitting with it more, I kind of appreciate that tension because it brings us into that moment. And these little, I think this dotterel, are fiercely territorial and very aggressive to anybody that tries to get anywhere near where they're nesting. And I think you're right. I think that is a fearful expression in the oyster catcher. So I'll actually come up to 80, yeah.
Okay, anybody in the middle have anything to add? No, back to you, Mika.
Well, I'm not really hearing anything negative since you talked yourself up. So let's just look at this as a moment that has been really well captured. It's deserving of a silver. The framing, I think, is expert. The fear in the animal's eyes, I just think the photographer has done a fantastic job of capturing this moment.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. We are going to pretend that's a blank screen, and we're going to give Mika and Craig a break and welcome back Mike and Rebecca, please. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73. Can we have a comment? Actually, you'll do the comment, Mike? Cool, thank you.
I suspect that the use of a very small aperture, around 16, was for the starburst, but unfortunately what that's done is brought everything into focus, and it's become very busy. So just be very aware when you're looking through your camera that you are achieving the right look and not just one effect.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 70. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Beautiful point of view there, quite low, and the power of that sky coming over is fabulous. Yeah, the white line through there in that lower part just holds my attention, where I want to really explore the sky a bit more. So yeah, just watch your exposure there.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 70. Could we have a comment from Mike, please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit, the printing's a bit flat. Making this a bit more high key would give it some life. It looks a bit dead.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to have a quick blank screen, well, pretend blank screen. Could we swap Kay for Tony, please, and Rachel for Simone? Thank you. And we'll have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Simone's going to challenge that.
Yeah, thank you. I need a little bit of help. I've got a funny feeling that this is a really either two birds in the same time doing this, but I think it's a double exposure, which has now been allowed in this category, which has been, I think, just introduced in the last year or so. I've got a funny feeling it's a double exposure, the same bird that's come in twice for something. Yeah, I checked the rules before, and we are now allowing double exposures in this category. I popped this as an 86. Sorry? But nevertheless, even if it's not a double exposure, it's extremely clever and it deserves an 86. So I think we've got to have quite a bit of conversation around this, please.
Judges, that is allowed, double exposures, if you believe that is. Okay, can we hear from, Richard?
Yeah, I was on 76 bronze. I could see a lot of potential in this. I think it's a couple of fantastic creatures there. I could almost imagine them pulling a chariot with Thor on the back. But I personally was let down mostly by I think the faces are far too bright and overexposed, and I'd love to see a little bit more separation between them and the water. Maybe if the photographer was lower, just to really target in on those two animals. I mean, a fantastic moment, but those things brought me back down to bronze.
Okay, and Mike, you're right on the scoring.
Yeah, I gave this 81. I was generous because it's the capture is absolutely superb, but the exposure of the reproduction is not really up to anything higher.
Okay, and back to you, Simone.
Thank you. I'd love you both to just go up to the actual beaks where you feel it's a bit hot. There's still lots of detail on there, those markings there on those bills. So to have two birds at the same, just say that we've got two scenarios here, two birds coming at the same time, going for the kill. I think they've missed. I think they've both competed and then getting out of there fast to maybe do another swoop. Second scenario is this a freaking good double exposure if that's the case. But both ways, I think we do need to climb this up a bit. What was the first score? Sorry, Tracy?
We are sitting on 81.
Yeah,
silver.
let every point counts for these entrants. Let's grab a couple more. I haven't seen anything like this before. I think it's really clever.
Right, rescore, please. And we are 81 silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
And just be very careful with your grad filters. The sky is totally unrealistic, and not just the sky, but the branches of the trees in the foreground have gone black with it. So it's just an effect that's overdone. Just pull it back.
Thank you, Mike. We have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 65. Could we have a comment from Simone for the photographer, please?
To the entrant, you've done a beautiful job of getting this eye sharp. The placement of this bird might be really cool just to have a look at where the placement will be next time, just to allow a little bit more space, and just attempting to try to get a clear shot. There's a little bit of distraction in front of the bird as well. But yeah, well done for going to black and white as well. You just keep going with what you're doing.
Thank you, Simone. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award, and Bex's finger's gone straight up.
I actually scored this 80 silver. I just see a bit of comedy in this tiny little bird, and like the photographer's gone, can you just please strike a pose? And it's just like got its head round and it's like doing this full model situation. I think it's really sweet. The little bit of green at the top, I was like, would I crop that off? Would I not? But actually, I do think it balances to the bottom as well, just for that, little narrative and that emotional, that sort of factor there. It's been beautifully handled. It's, so much beautiful detail in there, and just the character. So I dropped it into 80.
Yeah, just swing that microphone across to Mike, please.
Yeah, I was a bit harsh on this. I gave it 67, but that was mostly because what you find interesting about this pose is this bird's noted for this pose. It's what it gives to everyone that it sees everywhere. In terms of it being an award, leaving things in on the edge of frame that totally distract from the subject just really would take anything out of an award, for me anyway.
Okay. Anybody in the middle got any comments? Simone? Okay.
Yeah, I was right in the middle here. I gave this a 76, just snuck it into the awards level. I think the lovely thing about this bird capturing it is that they're really tiny, they're really cute, and quite often they're in quite dark conditions. So I think that's done well. It'd be a hard talk to get me to a silver. Sorry.
Okay, back to you, Rebecca.
Looks like I've got a bit of a hard job to do. So I'll leave it there. A couple more points. Every point counts. So let's see.
Okay, rescore. And we've gone to 76, which is a bronze award. Well done. Okay, may we have our next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Simone, please?
Yeah, you've done really well to the entrant of having an experiment and doing a double exposure of these birds. I think the blending mode, putting the exposure into the dark mode, I don't think it's quite worked with this image. It's just a little bit too tight, but keep going with what you're doing. It's a lot of fun to see this experimentation, and the background's really quite pretty and dramatic too.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony, please? Oh, actually, no, sorry, Richard.
I think it's awesome. Very well done on capturing that moment. Potentially a little bit more space around the bird would have done it some good. But well done with the capture.
Thank you. We'll have a bit of a blank screen. Can we give Richard and Tony a break, and we'll have Jackie and Steve back, please. And we'll have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Steve, please?
It's a wonderful capture. It's a great study. I love the treatment black and white. Really works for this to bring out the textures of these animals. Maybe just open up the crop a little bit more, just to give it a little bit more of the environment. Is the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you, Steve. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, I gave this 84, so I really like it. The foreground, if the foreground was just a little bit darker, then the main fish would have actually stood out a little bit stronger, I think.
Cool. Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Simone, please?
Congratulations, this is a really strong bronze, it's fantastic. I love the communication of this big, tough sea lion just saying, what are you doing looking at me? I'm with my girl. And straight down the barrel, right up the nostrils, seeing the teeth. You want to be upwind from that seal with the breath that it's got. I think everything that you've captured, you've done really well. As to improve it, I don't know if I could make it stronger, about maybe giving it a little bit of negative space on one side could have helped, just a bit more quirkiness, but well done.
Thank you, Simone. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 78. Mike's hand's gone up.
I gave this 82. I find it very strong and powerful, direct. It feels three-dimensional. And in terms of, I feel like that beak's actually coming out of the image and coming forward. It's the environment is captured in the background with the mountains. It's unusual. I haven't seen this as strong an image of a Kia doing this before. I find it very successful.
Okay, and we are going to Jackie, please.
I scored at 72. I think that's what Kias do. They stare you down. Look, like he's almost looking through the windscreen, and I would have loved to have seen a windscreen wiper or something else like that. That really brings that narrative in there. Just felt a bit tight to me. The depth of field felt a little bit narrow, just sharp on the eyes, not sharp on that beak that's coming towards you. But I'm happy to come up into that bronze range, higher.
Okay, and in the middle there, anybody got any other questions, comments? No? Back to Mike then.
Yeah, no negative comments, so everyone must be coming up.
Okay, just bear with me 2 seconds, because there we go.
Did I put mine in? Did I not?
And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
I think if you lightened up the tree trunk on the left-hand side, your eye would stay within the frame more. It's just dragging the eye to the left a bit much.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 74. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Yeah, what a privilege to be there at that time. I've also experienced that moment of in there drinking, etc. Look, I think a little bit more of the environment would help here, and I know it's tough to get them all in, but there's sort of obviously one cut off there and a tree in the background that looks like it's sort of coming out of the head of a couple of them. So, positioning yourself and or waiting for another moment where you've got all of them in the frame. But yeah, beautiful moment.
Thank you. Right, Mike and Rebecca, thank you. And can we have Mika and Craig, please? Thank you. Right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 72 and an automatic challenge from Craig, please.
Yeah, I'm on 82 on this one, and I'm just rewarding the photographer for the way that they've been able to capture the light. I love that highlight on the ruffle of the flamingo, and then that falling into the eye as well, and then that shadowed side of the bird with that S-curve of the neck. I think as a graphic it's really, really interesting, and it's just been really well handled. I would love to see it in awards range.
Okay, and Jackie on that note?
I scored at 67 because the eye was not sharp, and I think it really, for me, I can see it being not sharp, and it the right hand side of the bird being so blue, and sort of kind of little, unfortunately, a murky sort of blue. The environment around the bird being quite crowded and not even the round circle of the bird I really enjoy, but it's not, unfortunately, it's not in the frame that accentuates that idea. But I'm having a listen, so let's see what everybody else says.
Okay, Mika, you're in the middle.
I actually felt that the light coming from the left was not as appealing as what it was for you. And I felt that although I couldn't say that it's not sharp, it's not as sharp as it could have been. And also in the shadowed areas, there's quite a bit of, it could have had a bit of noise reduction applied to it. I know they're very technical things, like small things. I do love the fluff ball element. I did enjoy that we are being shown something that, I mean, I've not even seen a flamingo, but to see it doing this, I think is it made me smile, especially like the S of the neck. So I am listening, but yeah.
Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I think the off-centeredness of it also appealed to me, because the strength of that light, I think, justifies that extra space on that top left corner. So that's where I sat on this, 82. I definitely think it should sit in an awards range. Yeah, let's see what we can do.
Rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 74. Next image, please. We have a score of 74. Could we have a comment, please, from Mika?
The photographer's done a wonderful job of capturing that transition between autumn and winter, and the icicles are really beautiful, and the veins of the leaf are really beautiful also. The line of the horizon off to the right, I think, really intersects at an unfortunate position and really detracts from the enjoyment. And also, there's just a little bit of it could have been a little sharper in some areas with an increased depth of field. So by cropping out or positioning yourself so that you didn't have that line interrupting it and a deeper depth of field, I think this could have been in the next range.
Thank you, Mika. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I really enjoy the voyeuristic feel of this. We're kind of peering in on this moment through these leaves. The flowers and the bird are really nice together as well, nice balancing elements. I think there's just too much in the frame and it leaves it a little bit unbalanced with the bright colour and the bird facing the left, and all of that space on the right hand side isn't really needed. So cropping this would do you a lot of favours.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, and Mika's going to challenge that. Okay.
Yeah, I will. I really love the quirkiness and the way that the photographer has enhanced that in this photograph. It's a quirky looking bird, but it's also a quirky image of the bird and a quirky expression. The thing that really got it into the award range for me was the leaves in its mouth. Tying it in with the background and giving us a reason why we can tell what the background is. So I wanted to reward it with a bronze award, and I think it's deserving of that.
Craig?
Yeah, I'm at 72 on this one. I really like the texture that we've got in the pattern on the quail's neck, and I really like the round crop and composition. I would love to see more detail in his plume, and I find the light falling on the grass in the background quite distracting, and I wonder if we'd maybe used a lower angle or a shallower depth of field to maybe blur that out a little bit more, if that might have helped.
Thank you. And anybody in the middle got anything else to add to that? Okay, back to you, Mika.
I actually think the plume, I'm not bothered by the lack of detail. I think the darkness of it enhances the quirkiness of it. I acknowledge that had it been a shallower depth of field and that background was a little bit more out of focus, that would have enhanced the image, but I don't think that would keep it out of an award for its the intentional composition, the quirkiness, and the way that the photographer has brought something to this.
Rescore, please. And we have 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you. Okay, we might give Simone a break, and Rachel, do you want to just jump back at things? And we will have the next image, please. We have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
The joy that is implied by those outstretched wings and that uplifted beak I think, very evident, and I think that's a real strength of the photograph. And the detail on the bird itself is wonderful. The deep depth of field has rendered the background a little distracting. Had it been a shallower depth of field, that would have been a little bit less so, and it's a really tricky time of day. I mean, you've done justice to the bird with the time of day with that lighting, but unfortunately, everything that's around it has been impacted in a negative way by that really harsh light because it's quite distracting.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 69. Okay, could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this for the soft flow that you've got going on there. To improve it, I think we could maybe just, embrace that abstraction and take out some of those sharp elements at the top of the frame that bring us back to reality of what this is. I think, yeah, if this was more abstract, I would enjoy it more.
Thank you, Craig. And we've got a judge change. Jackie, have a break. Kay, jump on in if you could, please. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Steve?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer on the award. I like the way that you've framed this animal using the tree, and you've gone fully isolated as a subject. I think that's really good. Just some annoying details around the edges and in the foreground. I try and minimise those if you can.
Okay, our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Craig?
Yeah, I've put this in at 82. I'd love to see this in the silver range. Just for the gorgeous light and detail and sharpness in their faces, I think that is absolutely beautiful. And then the photographer's choice to have this super shallow depth of field, giving this echo of colony life in the background that is just so faintly there. And I don't know, maybe it's a bit of mist or cloud in there as well, but the atmosphere of this is wonderful.
Okay, then we head down to Steve, please.
I was 72 for this. I just found, I enjoyed the things you talk about, Craig. I felt like the crop wasn't flattering. I think it needs to be much wider or much narrower to bring it in on their faces. I found the foliage through the face of the other one just also a little bit distracting, but I'm listening. I'd come up into bronze.
Okay, and we're going to hear from Kay, please.
I'm really enjoying the image. I scored at 82 as well. The detail in those faces and just the interaction and the connection between the two birds is just beautiful. I don't mind that tight cropping because I think it really does accentuate the faces of the birds and bring it into some beautiful tonality within the image too. And the yellow of their plumage just really stands out against the almost monochromatic environment in which they're in.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Craig.
Yeah, thanks for your support there, Kay. I think that the way that this has been handled is really beautiful. I think those wings kind of outstretched, they are cropped awkwardly, but they also help to frame that point in the image, so we get this beautiful V shape that takes us back up through those birds' heads. So for me, this sits in silver quite nicely, and I would love to see you join me.
Rescore, please. Right, we have a score of 79, which is, I will just hit the right button. So judges, you either have to do 79 for bronze or 80 for silver. And we've stayed on 79 bronze award. Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77. And Steve's hand's gone up. Yes, you can do that.
Yeah, I put this as 82 for a silver, and simply because I feel like the photographer has cradled the sun in the flower head, and it feels like that's the full bloom of this flower and its glory, and there's the remnants of it around. I like the palette, but then when I was examining that and enjoying the sun resting in that cradle of that flower, I noticed the spider web and the other details and little nuggets coming out. I just felt like it was quite pleasing. I don't mind the bottom heaviness of that corner. I just feel it pulls me. I get it's almost like a vignette of those objects around it. They're soft enough that they just allow my eye to come back into the middle and rest on that globe.
Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I'm on 70 on this one. I really like the cradling of the sun, as you called it, Steve, and I think that the other seed head up there is a nice balancing element too. But I can't help but look at this and feel like the magic in this is that spider's web and the way the spider's web is catching the light, and half of it's disappeared into the sun, and the spider off to the side there is just a bit indistinct and not really got a lot of detail or sharpness through that silhouetted shape.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm in both camps with both of you, but Steve, for me, if I was going to reward the cradling of the sun with the seed head, I would want that seed head to have the sharpness that the one to the left of it does, because it's just too soft and doesn't have enough of that beautiful crisp detail. So I'm not held there, even though that's the brightest part of the image. I'm taken away from it. I scored at 78.
Thank you, Rachel. Back to Steve.
Yeah, good comments. I don't see a spider there. I just see the things caught in the web. It's little sandflies, midges and things. I love the web, but it came to me secondarily. I first got captured by that cradle, the sun orb being resting and nurtured in that spot. And I think the softness of that is something that pulls me in even more. I love that. And I do see there are other bits that are sharp around it, but I think they've handled it really well and seen this moment. They probably couldn't have positioned the sun on that other seed head because there's too much foliage up there. So they've done a really good job of making this pretty plain situation into something quite magical. And I think it's worth a silver.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. And we've scored 77, Bronze Award. Well done. We have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a Bronze Award. Craig, you'd like to talk to that?
Yeah, I really, really like that this is a pullback image and we get a real sense of scale of this eagle's environment. You can see a lot of detail in the bird and the chick, even though it's very small in the frame. I feel like you've missed a trick here, though, to emphasize the height and the precarious placement of that nest with the composition. So if we had a vertical composition here, I think that would really help that. And you don't need that space at the sides, it's just more of the same. So cropping this, accentuating the height, I think we'd get you into the next scoring range.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78 with an automatic challenge from Mika, please.
I scored this 88, a silver with distinction. What I'm seeing is a photographer getting way down low so that the Kia is really enmeshed with its environment. It's, you know, the alpine parrot. It's showing the parrot on a natural perch of the ground. The detail in the face is wonderful. The expression is wonderful. What I really enjoy is actually the way that the photographer has positioned him or herself so that the background grasses really emphasize all the curves, and that's one of the main attractions of this bird is its curved beak and its curved feathers, and the fact that it's on this curved rock. I just feel like there's a lot of sympathy in the environment with the bird itself. So yeah, I scored it a silver with distinction. Would really love to have a chat.
Okay, we are going to either Craig or Kay. Who wants it? Kay?
Yeah, I've scored at 74, just out of award. I really enjoyed the detail in the face and the plumage. Beautiful detail. What has pulled it down for me is the fact that that background is cutting through the head, and it's just very distracting. If the photographer had just lifted the camera slightly higher, you would have actually got that the head within that grass where it's actually the colour, where the colours work beautifully together, and just eliminate some of the lightness or the blue in the sky, which is taking your eye away from the main subject.
Thank you, Kay. In the middle, has anybody got anything else to add? No? Okay, back to you, Mika.
So I'll address the only criticism, and that is the positioning of the horizon in relation to the bird. I actually think it's necessary to have some of the sky shining through, because it's a bird and that's where it spends the majority of its time. I mean, look, perhaps if they'd moved just ever so slightly to the left to frame the bird's head with the background, but you know what, we're splitting hairs here. I think the technical quality of this photograph, the detail, the sympathetic environment that the photographer has positioned this bird, well, the bird is there. They've positioned themselves to capture the bird within it. I think it all works beautifully together, and the colours are complementary. I think it's fantastic. I'm still on 88. Please come up with me.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And next image, please. And we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
It's a very dynamic image, and I think you've done super well to capture detail from front to back, and that brooding sky is, holds the eye within the frame. I think perhaps taking a few different photos to uncover the sea star in the foreground, or at least perhaps minimise the whiteness of the wave so that you can enjoy the sea star more, would have enhanced this photograph.
Thank you. And you want to say something too? Okay.
Just really quickly, the horizon's not level, so straighten that out.
Thank you, Craig. Okay, and we would like to say a big thank you to Sony because we have finished our category. Sony were our sponsors for the nature category today. Thank you to all the judges. You've done well today. And I have got some finals judges already for you. So come and get your lanyards. Yeah. Thank you. We want Mika, Simone, Craig, Rachel and Mike to head to the finals judging staging zone. Hey, no, we came in under, we came back the hour we lost. You guys, I can't believe how.
Sorry, hang on, that's all my rubbish, Craig.
On a nice jacket.
He's doing something.
Right, sorry. You're in finals? Yep. Samika, Simone, Craig, Rachel and Mike. Steve, you need your thing. And Rebecca, where's she gone? And Kay. Merry Christmas. You get it up. Very good. Okay, it's not even 7 o'clock. I know. It's not even 7 o'clock. Yeah. It's very good. But yeah, 8 is not good. Eh? We're done. We're done. We just up and leave. Oh. Why? Where am I going? Oh, yeah. Jeez, I don't know how I'm going to get through an 8. Yeah, go for it.